I need to use this one? Okay. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Statewide Action Forum for the Statewide Mathematics, Literacy, and Tutoring Grant. I am Julie McIntosh, Dean of the College of Education here at the University of Findlay. We welcome you to campus today. We are pleased to be one of the recipients of the tutoring grant and have seen the direct impact our tutors are having on K-12 students. I want to thank all of the tutors, K-12 districts, and educator preparation programs that are in attendance today, and thank you for the good work you are doing to make a difference for K-12 students and to address the achievement gap. A few logistics for today. Restrooms are located back to your right across the hallway, and lunch will be served at 11:45, and there is a break this afternoon on your agenda. There will be a few students leaving at 10:45 for class. This is our last week of class before finals, so you may see some students coming in and out today. Our speakers today are Phil Capon and Sarah Powell. Phil Capon is a researcher with the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk and research assistant professor with the Department of Special Education at the University of Texas at Austin. His research focuses on improving reading instruction and assessment for children, including those with or at risk for reading difficulties. Sarah Powell is an associate professor in the Department of Special Education at the University of Texas at Austin. She's also an associate director of the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk. Sarah's teaching and research focus on mathematics, particularly word problem solving and database decision making. So please welcome, I know they're in the room, Phil and Sarah. And before that, I just wanted to recognize who you are since I introduced you. We have Sarah Wilson from the Ohio Department of Education that would like to say a few words.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. My name is Sarah Wilson, and as Julie mentioned, I am with the Ohio Department of Education and have the privilege of leading this tutoring work that is happening across the state from the state level. We have great grant partners, 33 institutions and programs operating across the state, and thrilled that you can be here today to continue the discussions around high-impact tutoring and how we can best serve our students in our K-12 classrooms. So thank you for your work and ongoing support for this initiative. We are eager to see the impact that it is having. Today, as Julie mentioned, we have Sarah and Phil, who have been really leading some excellent professional learning for our grantees across the state. And this session is continuing and building on the work that's been done over the last year. So we're thrilled to have them here in person and eager to learn throughout the day. If you have any questions about high-impact tutoring and our tutoring initiatives across the state, please find one of us. We'd be happy to talk with you about how we can continue to grow and expand and scale these programs as we move forward. And again, just really want to thank our friends at the University of Findlay for hosting us today. And I will turn it over to, I believe, Sarah or Phil, who's kicking us off.
Okay, good morning, all. I'm Sarah. That's Phil. We'll introduce ourselves just a little bit more here, and thank you so much to Julie and the University of Findlay for hosting us today. And I'm going to get off that stage about as quickly as I can. My name is Sarah Powell. This is Phil Capon. We represent the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk, which is a research center housed at the University of Texas at Austin. We're both visiting you here today from Austin, Texas. Very excited to be here in Ohio. Just a little bit more beyond us, as I've shared with all groups. We're very excited to be here in the great state of Ohio. I'm originally from Ohio. I grew up in the Columbus area in a very small village of Harrisburg, Ohio, went to Grove City High School, and am a very large Ohio State Buckeyes fan, if anybody wants to talk about Buckeyes football, yeah. So we have showed Phil over the past few weeks that if I say IOH, you all say, see, he knows this now very well. Because before, about 10 days ago, Phil, who is my amazing colleague, but from the state of California, which we won't say much about, but he had never visited the state of Ohio. And so 2 weeks ago, we had a wonderful opportunity to visit Marietta College in Marietta, but drove down through Logan and Athens and just showed him all of the beautiful part of Southeast Ohio. And then we drove north to Canton and flew out of Cleveland. So we've been on a world tour. And then just the other day, we flew into Cincinnati, spent yesterday at Mount St. Joseph University along the river, the Ohio River. And then we drove up here to this part of Ohio, which I was like, oh, it's really awesome. I've spent a lot of time in Findlay. In high school, I was in a show choir, and we would come up to Findlay because they always had a really good show choir competition. Yeah, somebody's been there, all right? So Phil was like, have you been to Findlay before? And I was like, I think I've been to Findlay at least 3 times. And also my mom is really into antiquing, and I have been to that antique mall at Findlay many times. So I'm very excited to be back, and Phil, first time. So I will have him introduce a little bit more about himself. But as we talk about our tutoring projects today, we're going to talk generally about tutoring, but you will kind of see a division of our labors. Typically, I focus on mathematics tutoring, and Phil focuses on reading tutoring. So I'll turn it over to Phil to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Good morning. She does this thing where she spells, and ingratiates herself to the crowd because she's from Ohio. But I want to make the case that I am actually the one you should like more when it comes to Findlay. And I have a couple reasons. One reason that I think you should really appreciate me is that I went to Main Street Deli last night, and I played the arcades, I had the beer, and I had a sandwich, which I don't know if you can say that. Okay. The second thing is that I have a daughter named Finley. So you can't say that. Yeah. So I'm a former teacher, and I, as was said, am a researcher at the Meadows Center for Preventing Educational Risk. Our role in this project is we're partnering with the University of Cincinnati's SDI Center to support professional learning for the Institutes of Higher Education, their district partners, and the pre-service teachers. And so I know there's a variety of folks in the room. And we're going to try to do a presentation that meets a pretty diverse audience. And so many of you, have expertise, probably teach classes related to reading and math and motivation and engagement. I think this will reinforce a lot of the things that you already know. The slides will be available online for faculty, and we encourage you to take advantage of those and any of the resources that we provide today. And then for pre-service teachers, we'll have some activities and some activities as well for the in-service teachers that are here today. So thank you all, and we're looking forward to getting started.
All right, thank you, Phil. So we are part of a team, so it's not just me and it's not just Phil, but at the University of Texas within the Meadows Center, we work with our colleague Sharon Vaughn, who's led a lot of these efforts. A lot of the materials that you'll see today were developed by our colleague Melody Walker, and there are about 8 to 10 other people that have helped us throughout this year. And I know some of you who have joined us, I see some familiar faces in the room who've joined us via Zoom. You have seen some of our colleagues as well. So that was a little bit about me and a little bit about Phil. And so now we would like you to talk and get to know the people at your table. Maybe you know some of them, but if you'd like to introduce yourself to the people at your table and tell them a little bit about why you're here today and what you want to walk away with. And if you don't have anybody at your table, maybe you want to join a table and enjoy those conversations. So take a few minutes to get to know your table mates. All right, I hope you know everyone at your table now, because that is not the last time you are going to talk to them. We have, Phil and I are going to do some interesting content here this morning, but you are also going to do a lot of conversating, not only with the people at your table, but with other people around the room. So what we're going to do first, I'm going to take about 10-15 minutes to tell you a little bit about the P20 Literacy and Math Project that the state has been leading this past year. And some of you are going to be like, yeah, Sarah, I know all about that. And that is awesome. I know some of you may be a little bit newer to the room, and in fact, maybe this is the first time you've ever heard about this today. And so what we would like to do is just take you down a trip down memory lane to talk about what have we been focusing on for reading tutoring and math tutoring this past year. And so there are some slides, notes about this in your slide packet. And speaking of that, I should bring this up. So in your packet of materials, there's a really beautiful notebook, which is very nice. First, we have our agenda for today, which usually you don't really have to follow the schedule now that you know that lunch is at 11:45. You've got that target for you. But on the back of this later, there's this World Cafe that we're going to do this afternoon. And so we're going to ask you to take these questions with you and work on them later today. But also in your packet, you have the whole set of slides. So if you want to take any notes or, make any anything you want to do there. And then there is also, I'll find it, in the very back, there is a handout packet. So if you also want to just take some general notes there, and we're going to ask you to do an activity from this handout packet later. So these aren't just, and there's some really great articles in there as well. So these handouts aren't just for you to recycle, but we hope that you will use them through the day. All right, so Phil and I and our colleagues have been working with so many of you here in the state of Ohio this past year on efforts related to effective tutoring. And so back on September 23rd, which seems like a while ago, we kicked off a conversation about, well, what does effective tutoring look like? And then we followed that by what we called synchronous learning sessions, where we would focus on effective tutoring in reading in some of the sessions, and then effective tutoring in math in some of the other sessions. And then we came back in October, and then we focused on another big idea related to tutoring, and that is explicit instruction with feedback, followed by some synchronous learning sessions. And then in December, right before the holidays, we had our first action forum, which disappointingly was not in person. It was via Zoom, but that was focused on database decision making. So that's just a lot of words. And so you might be like, well, tell me a little bit more about that, Sarah. Well, first, all of these resources are on the website for this project, which is at ohiop20litcollab.org. If you follow this QR code, you will find all the slide decks that we've used this past year, so you can download them and share them with teachers and tutors or others in your orbit. You can also watch all the videos from all of the sessions that we've done previously, so we'll hope that you'll access those materials and share them accordingly. But when we went to our first community of practice on effective tutoring, we talked about, well, what are some of the elements of effective tutoring? And there are a lot of elements that we could have included here, but for this past year, we focused on some of the following things. First, what is effective tutoring? And in our first community of practice, we talked about the teaching of essential words. Then, as I said, we followed that with a focus on explicit instruction. And then later in the year, we focused on fluency and text and representations, which I'll show you in just a minute. And then we saw that this was all in this gray area where if we're doing all of these things, then we need to be collecting data and making decisions about student progress based on that data. So some of the main takeaways and slides that you may have seen prior to this, when we talked about effective tutoring, a big part of that was the language of reading and math. And it's so important that students understand vocabulary so that students can understand what they're listening to, understand how to answer questions through conversation, how to read in either reading or mathematics, and also how to write in either reading or mathematics. And then we introduced this idea early on about an instructional platform. This is the example from mathematics, where what does really good effective tutoring look like? Well, it's going to have these evidence-based practices baked into it. Then as we went to our second community of practice, we focused on explicit instruction. We will talk quite a bit about explicit instruction today, but these were some of the core takeaways from explicit instruction that we emphasized in that session. And particularly, we focused a lot on feedback, because if we are teaching to students and if students are engaged in dialogue with us, then we have to give feedback to those students. We can't just be like, all right, cool, we're moving on. But we talked here about that feedback can just be praise, but we also can provide task-specific feedback, process-specific feedback, and also help students with their self-regulation. And then as we came to the action forum, probably some of you remember this figure that we looked at. This also is highlighted on the website for the National Center on Intensive Intervention. But here we dug into, well, we first put all this good instruction in place, and then we pair that instruction with progress monitoring. And then we make decisions about whether students are doing well with what we're doing in terms of reading or math, or whether they might need some more support. And if that's the case, we do diagnostics with students to understand student strengths and weaknesses. Then we make adaptations based on the diagnostic data. And then we continue to progress monitor and make decisions to have this like ongoing process for supporting students in the best way that we can. Now, continuing with our trip down memory lane in this year, 2023, in our third community of practice, we focused a lot on fluency. And fluency is something that, as Phil was talking about during this community of practice, is really important for reading. And here you can read some of the important aspects of fluency for reading. But then I also emphasize that fluency is also important in mathematics. And so there's lots of ways that we want students to be fluent in the area of mathematics. And then on community practice number 4, which was the most recent one, and we saw several of you on Zoom for that, we focused on the materials that you want to use during effective tutoring. So here, there's a lot of different ways that we could categorize materials, but we distilled it down to a focus on texts, such as texts for reading. And we also focused on texts for mathematics. And then in that, we talked also about ways that we can represent material to make that material accessible for students. So this is the example from mathematics, where we talked about the concrete pictorial abstract, different types of representations to help students understand what the mathematics means. So that was just a review of things that we've focused on this year. And those are all components of effective tutoring, but it's not everything. And so one more component that we'll talk about today is a focus on engagement and motivation. So our goals for today are to first define, well, what is motivation? What is engagement? And then we'll talk a little bit about the research behind both motivation and engagement and why it's an important component of effective tutoring. Then our majority of our day will be talking about, well, how do we promote this with students? And then we have some activities that we'll do toward the end of the day, probably after lunch, that will try to wrap all of these things together. So that was my review. Any questions, comments, things you're thinking about right now? Everyone's like, great review, Sarah. Let's get into the content. And so that's when I turn it over to Phil. All right, Phil?
Thanks. Okay, we are going to start by trying to come up with some common language around engagement and motivation. So at your table, we want to think about academic engagement and motivation. So think about, how would you define these terms, academic motivation and engagement? How are they different? And maybe the last question you could think about at your table is, how would you measure motivation and engagement? So I'll give you about 4 minutes to talk at your table. Okay. I heard some really good conversations about the differences between motivation and engagement. One, the table I was at mentioned that motivation is the desire to learn, and engagement is what you can see. It's the actions and the behaviors they take that are influenced by their motivation. And that really aligns with the way that we're going to define academic motivation today. So academic motivation refers to a student's desire to engage in academic activities and pursue academic goals. And it's influenced by a host of internal and external factors. I think we often think about motivation as being influenced by internal factors, but also our environments really influence our motivation. The feedback we get from teachers, the feedback we get from peers, the influences of our family, those all influence our academic motivation. And we know academic motivation is really critical, right? It's going to determine the direction, intensity, and quality of your behaviors, right? And so students in after-school tutoring are often, maybe going to show a lack of motivation at times. They've just finished 8 hours of schooling, they're tired, they may not be fully fed. Those external factors, the fatigue, hunger, are going to influence their motivation and their ability to engage. And so, those factors are things we're going to talk about today in terms of intrinsic and extrinsic motivators. It's not just, whether you're motivated or not. It occurs on a continuum, right? I've not met a kid who's just not motivated. Sometimes you hear people say that, but it's not true. Kids are motivated by something. They may not be motivated on the task you're working on, or their motivation may be, lower. And so as we're thinking about academic motivation today, we can think about intrinsic motivation, that's learning for the sake of learning, and then extrinsic motivation, which is learning for any other reasons. When you look at research, the research suggests that children develop motivation and they move from extrinsically motivated, so motivated by the desire to please the teacher, or motivated by the desire to get a certain reward. And then over time, we need students to become more intrinsically motivated, right? Because the world is not always going to give you the motivators you need to be a lifelong learner. And so the way that students move from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation occurs as they gain competence and as they gain autonomy, and they learn to set and regulate their own behaviors. I think this is also a helpful context for, it's funny, if you look at this slide, that's how it's supposed to look. And there, it's showing up slightly differently. I'm not sure why that's the case. But you can see that it's supposed to show you an arrow moving from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation. And so, you can also think about this as an instructional sort of framework. You can think about when we're working with students, we want to provide instructional context that support them from moving from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation. I taught students with reading. I taught students with academic disabilities and behavioral disorders. It was a class in California where the kids, it's called a special day class. So if they were unable to participate in the core curriculum for more than 50% of their day, then they were in my class. And it was 5th and 6th graders. And so they had a lot of learned behaviors that were maladaptive. So, they had failed, like in kinder, first, second, third, fourth. They had failed in a general ed setting. Now they're in a special ed setting. So they had a lot of, maladaptive behaviors that did not help them learn. Like if you gave them a book, they would push it back to you, or they would tell you, unkind words. And so for those students, I had to begin with some extrinsic motivators. I used a token system. I used tangible positive reinforcement to get them on task. Like, they come to my table, they bring a cup. The cup, I would fill with tokens throughout. I'd give them verbal reinforcement. I would give them tangible reinforcement. And I had to have extrinsic motivators. They could use that for a class store. And the reason was they were really not motivated to learn. They had a lot of difficult experiences, particularly in certain areas. It's not like throughout their day, but maybe they had difficulties really related to reading, or really related to math, or really related to writing. And so I had this positive behavior system. But over time, I wanted to fade that, right? Because when they go out in the workforce, their boss is not going to like put a token in their cup every time they, bag those groceries, or, every time they, fill out an order or whatever it is, right? And so I tried to fade those over time. And so when you're thinking about moving from extrinsic to intrinsic, you can think about removing some of those supports. Excuse me. So here, there's a couple things that we know about motivation, and this is maybe some nuance to the way you're thinking about motivation. And so motivation is really context specific. And so, you'll hear teachers sometimes say, and it bothers me, I've mentioned it a couple times when we're doing these presentations, sometimes teachers will say, oh, that kid's just not motivated. And I think it bothers me for a few reasons. One is that I think it's not accurate. Students are not motivated or unmotivated. They're motivated within certain contexts, like they're motivated maybe to read certain books, but not others. They're motivated to do certain math and maybe not other math. Maybe they're not motivated really at all with reading because they've had a lot of bad experiences with reading. But, they're interested in science, and they might be interested in a science text, or they're interested in math. And so I think it's kind of inaccurate. I also get frustrated when I hear teachers say that because it makes it seem like it's not malleable. Like, that kid is not motivated. And like, what they don't say, but what I hear is that it's not my job to teach them really. They're not motivated, so what am I gonna do, right? Which I think that bothers me because it's your job, you're a teacher. Like, you don't get to pick the kids we work with. We work with all of the kids, whether they're having some motivational profiles. And also, it bothers me because it makes it seem like it can't be influenced. And the research is really clear that you can improve students' motivation through, external supports, opportunities to develop competence over time. And that relates to the third point here, which is that it's not a stable personal trait. Motivation can be influenced, and it can change, and it has many state-like features. You can be motivated at certain times of the day for certain tasks in certain domains. So what influences your motivation? There's three factors that are most commonly cited as influencing a student's motivation. The first is their beliefs. And so when you think about beliefs, one thing you can think about is their beliefs about intelligence. So there's work by Carol Dweck on growth mindset that says that students with a fixed mindset, where they believe their intelligence is fixed, it's innate, they can't influence it, they can't get smarter, they can't get better, that's going to influence their motivation. If you don't think you can improve in things, you don't think you can get better at reading, you're going to show low motivation. Whereas the opposite would be a growth mindset, that you feel like through hard work and strategic practice, you can improve your intelligence. Another is the values. So if you find utility in something, if you think it's going to help you in your world, in your life, right, then, you might have higher motivation. Goals. So if you think about goals, students, there's two types of goals that are most commonly defined in the motivation literature. There's learning goals, which is learning for the sake of learning. So if you are learning for the sake of learning, you're going to have high motivation, high intrinsic motivation. If you have performance goals are goals where you want to do well, you want to perform well on a certain task. So if you want to do well on a test, you might, work hard and show some motivation on, to prepare for that test, but you might not have long-term motivation to improve, right? And so you might, be motivated for this specific physics text, but you might not have the motivation to continue learning about physics in the long term. Another way to think about performance goals is performance goals are sort of performative, right? And so if, like today, your goal is to be here and to be polite and to look at, you might look at me, but you might be thinking about something else, right? Where if you really, are interested in learning about this, you might have a slightly different goal, right? And that would be a learning goal. And so performance goals, often could be considered performative. And if you think about a struggling reader, I was thinking about this example the other day. There was a kid that I taught, and whenever he was at an independent reading station, he would pick the largest book off the bookshelf. And he couldn't read it, but his goal was to show everyone in the class that he was a good reader, right? And so that was his performance goal, right? There's some teachers here, and they're nodding their heads. They've experienced this as well. And so your beliefs, your goals, your values, those will all influence your motivation. So if we turn our attention to engagement, I think motivation is what is below the surface, right? You can't really see motivation, Engagement is what you see. It is influenced by their motivation. It's, are they, have eyes on teacher? Are they, writing when there's opportunities to write? Are they engaged in the academic activities? And so we think of academic engagement as a student's level of involvement and participation. It's more easily observable, and we think of it as the link between motivation and learning. So when you think about engaged students, I often think about behaviorally active students, students that are showing task participation and I can observe it. Another way to think about engaged students is to think about their cognitive activity. So students, and sometimes students will be behaviorally engaged, like they'll be repeating if you ask them, if you show them a word, like, tail, T-A-L-E, and you say, what are the vowels in this word? They say A-E. And then you say, okay, what sound does it make? A. Good. So what's the word? Tail. Very good. But they're repeating. And then you ask them what the words, means. They'll say like, oh, I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it. They kind of just like wake up, right? Or sometimes you'll see a kid reading a text, and they'll be reading and reading and reading, but they're kind of thinking about something else. And you'll ask them a comprehension question, and they'll be like, oh, I don't know. And so sometimes, it's helpful to think about behavioral engagement, and then also, are they really cognitively really invested? And for higher level tasks, that can be pretty important. And so that's some common language thinking about engagement and motivation. So at your table, I'm hoping you'll make some connections to what we just talked about, to engagement and motivation. So think and talk to people at your table, whether you're a pre-service teacher and you want to think about the students you're tutoring, or if you're a faculty member and you're thinking about undergraduates or graduate students that you teach. Think about examples of when a student was internally motivated. What do you think encouraged them to be internally motivated? What was the time that students were cognitively active? You can also think about examples of kids that were maybe behavioral active but not cognitively active. So I'll give you a couple minutes to talk about at your table about engagement and these different facets of it.
So we're now going to talk about why engagement and motivation are important. And I don't want to curb your conversations right now, so I'm not going to, all right? So I'm going to put up our next question there. And some of you in my conversation with tables, and I'm sure the same with Phil, you've already started to talk about this. So as we talk about, well, why is this important? We want you to think about a time where you were working with a group of students or a student who wasn't motivated. And why do you think that is? All right, so take just about 3 minutes to talk about someone who lacked motivation, and then we'll get into some of the research around motivation and engagement. So as we think about the research related to motivation and engagement, there's a lot of research in this area, and we will just briefly show some of the different research here. So you can read these on your slide, but the takeaway here is that when students are motivated, we typically see that those students have higher academic success, and they will go on to be more successful in high school and in post-secondary options and in career. But what we see on the flip side of that, which you can see on the right-hand side, is that when students are not engaged, then that typically produces lower academic achievement. And so motivation and engagement are very closely linked and are predictive of things that students are going to do in later grades. So for research in reading, there's quite a bit of it, but some of the things we wanted to point out here today, especially related to that continuum that Phil showed from extrinsic motivation to intrinsic motivation, is that when students report having a nice high intrinsic motivation for reading, that is a predictor of their later reading achievement. And that makes sense. Like if you're really motivated to read, you're probably going to be a strong reader and you're going to do well later on with reading. And when we think about, well, what should we do when students aren't always motivated to read? There are different reading interventions that have motivational components embedded within them. And we do see that those motivational reading interventions can help increase students' reading motivation and their reading achievement. So there are some things that we can do. Like Phil said, this isn't just like, oh, your motivation's low, we're done, we're moving on, right? Like there are things that we can do about that. We see some similar patterns in mathematics. So when students show that they have high intrinsic motivation in mathematics, you can read here some of the things that they typically will do. So they'll seek out challenges, they will be more engaged, and they will have higher performance in mathematics in schools. And your students that do have this high intrinsic motivation for math, they will show better math performance down the road. So there's a lot of importance in between motivation and math performance. And some things that we want to note on here is that students' motivation for mathematics typically does decrease as students move through grade level to grade level. And I want you to think about this, then I'm going to ask for some answers from our group. So in kindergarten, first grade, I want you to think about 10 seconds. What are some of the things that students do in math in kindergarten and first grade? So think about it, and then I'm going to ask you to share with our group. I know we have some tutors in here who have a lot of knowledge with this. All right, so don't be shy, but shout out, what's something a kindergartner or first grader does in math? Cardinalities, so knowing how many there are in a set. Shapes, love it. What else? Math facts, yeah, so how to add, how to subtract. Do they do some counting? David said they count, ha 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 ha, like that. Do they sing songs in math in kindergarten, first grade? Yeah. Do they do a lot of stuff with their hands and with different tools and toys and colorful things? Yeah. All right. Would you say that kindergarten and first grade math is fun? Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, go to 8th grade math. Take 10 seconds to think, what do students do in 8th grade math? All right, I hear this table. They said algebra. What else do students do in 8th grade math? They do algebra. They graph. They probably do a lot of stuff with coordinate planes, geometry, probably some proportional reasoning. Does all of that sound as fun? A few of you are like, yes, Sarah, it is a blast. It's probably fewer songs, probably fewer manipulatives, probably fewer opportunities for drawing. And so when I just think about that and I look at this first bullet point, I'm like, well, yeah, of course your motivation decreases because maybe we're not making it as interesting as it could be. And so we have to think about that as students are moving from the grade levels. Are they less motivated just overall, or is it because the way that they're interacting with the mathematics or interacting with this reading, it's just not as motivating as it once was? Another important thing that Phil will talk about a little bit later is that we can help spur motivation by doing a lot of different things. So we can praise students. That's kind of some low-hanging fruit there. We can also teach students different self-regulation strategies and self-monitoring strategies. And as Phil will talk a little bit later, we can also give students a lot of choice in terms of how they approach their learning in mathematics and also their learning and reading. So I want you to think about, we've talked about students that might not be motivated. We've talked about different ways that students might be engaged, like they might be internally motivated or behaviorally active or cognitively active. But what are some of the things that you're thinking about in terms of support of students for both engagement and motivation? So go ahead and turn and talk to a partner and talk a little bit about, are there differences in reading versus mathematics? So I don't want to interrupt those conversations, but this is typically the time in the morning where we'll take a 5-minute break. So this is a good opportunity to go get some coffee or water, go to the restroom, just walk outside, take a deep breath, and then we will resume at just about 35 minutes past the hour. We'll get started in 60 seconds. Table abandoned you. Are they coming back?
Yeah, she had to go to school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have class. Yeah.
She had to go to school.
She has to go to school. It's cute, isn't it?
It is cute. That's okay. I have some other things I need to work on right now.
Okay.
David and I needed to move back to that table, and I said, let me get some stuff done, and then I will.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Well, you'll have an opportunity to mix it up in a little bit here. So. All right, we're going to continue here in a minute. Okay, so we've talked quite a bit about students who may not be motivated or why students might not be motivated. And so now we're going to turn our conversation to, well, what are some of the things that we can do about this? And as I go back to thinking about Phil and that iceberg picture that he was showing just a little bit earlier, he was showing that engagement is that part of the iceberg that we can see. And so we're going to focus on the stuff that we can see and that we can do. And so these next part of our conversations are going to focus on engagement. Then the idea here is that if students are actively engaged, then we can help move that motivation from that extrinsic motivation to that more intrinsic motivation. So we're going to focus on effective tutoring here, because that's a good way to engage students with either reading or math content. And right now we'll talk about first thinking of explicit instruction and its role in effective instruction. And I'll do that section there. And then Phil will come back and talk about some motivational supports and motivational practices. So here is our arrow. And again, this is funny, Phil. You can see it there and not there. You can see the gray arrow there. If everyone wants to see what this is supposed to look like, look there. If you just want to interpret the slide, look here. The arrow is missing, but I think it's okay. So as Phil introduced, we want to help students move from these more extrinsic motivation strategies to being more intrinsically motivated for both math and reading. And as he emphasized, and this is in that green area there, one of the ways that we can do this, or actually multiple ways we can do this, is really help students develop a sense of competence with their reading or math, and then ultimately focus on their autonomy for the learning of reading and mathematics, and also a sense of belonging. And we're going to start with that competence first, because then that competence can lead to autonomy and a sense of belonging. And you might be like, well, how do we do this? Well, the best way to help students with their competence in reading or mathematics is to provide effective instruction. And today, our conversations around effective instruction will center on explicit instruction. Now, I know in your handout packet, you have this page. And so I've got some things hidden behind that blue question right there. Don't look at it right now. All right, look at your neighbor. Don't be distracted. But before we talk about some of these essential components of explicit instruction, what would you say you would list as the essential components of explicit instruction? Let's do a 2-minute turn and talk. Now you can look at the slide, and you can also look in your handout packet. So when we first think about explicit instruction, it's important to review some of the components of that explicit instruction. And so on this slide and on some of the next slides, we'll show some different essential components of explicit instruction. But here, 5 essential components that probably you mentioned at your table, or maybe you want to add to the list of things you talk to your table, are first taking those more complex skills and breaking them into more manageable chunks or manageable units. And then as you figure out, okay, well, today I'm going to focus on this important component of either reading or math, doing a model with those think aloud. So here's how I could work this type of problem. As you do that, then we want to engage students in practice. I'll kind of skip over there to the 4th component. And then as we do the modeling and practice, we want to systematically fade those intensive supports for students as students are ready to be working on these tasks more independently. And then as students are engaged in modeling and practice, are we providing a lot of feedback to those students? Are we telling students and giving them an idea for what they're doing well and maybe what they could improve? And so these are some of the essential components that we all want to think about as we are talking about explicit instruction. Now, we put a few slides in here about explicit instruction just because, well, it's so important, but there's also different ways that you might think about it as a teacher or a tutor, or you might talk about explicit instruction with your teachers and tutors. So another way of just thinking about the components of explicit instruction or making sure that students understand the expectations and the goals for what they're doing today or doing this week or doing this month. Making sure that your instruction is highly structured, that it includes modeling, that it includes practice, and that it also helps students evaluate their own progress. Like, am I doing well with my reading intervention or with my math intervention? And for many of you who have been in the math synchronous learning sessions with me over this year, you probably saw this model of explicit instruction. Here, this model comes from the National Center on Intensive Intervention. I know many of you are probably familiar with their awesome sets of materials. But here they introduce that explicit instruction, just as before, is a combination of modeling and practice within embedded supports within your modeling and practice. And so some of those supports are prompting students and asking them a lot of questions, doing that frequently to help with that engagement. That's this whole thing we're doing today is on engagement. So how do we engage students? Well, keeping them in the conversations and keeping them active. That's going to be engaging. And then as students are engaged, providing feedback to all of that engagement. Now, a few things about engagement is that as we provide students with clear expectations, and as we give students many, many, many opportunities to practice and respond and interact with the reading that we're doing or with the mathematics that we're doing, and as we give students a lot of feedback to that, that creates this cycle of high engagement. And while we can't promise that high engagement leads to motivation, we can say that when students are highly engaged, they're more likely to start to be more and more motivated. So this is where this engagement helps with that idea of moving from extrinsic motivation or maybe limited motivation at all to that more intrinsic motivation. So we are going to now do an activity. So let me explain the activity, and then I'm going to encourage you to find someone who's not at your table, and you will do this activity with them. But we're going to start to think about, well, what might this look like in real life? So today we're going to look at a math intervention lesson guide that was developed for students in the middle elementary grade. So for students in grade 3, but we know that we have students in grade 2 to grade 5 that might benefit from using these materials. And this is from a program that we house at the Meadows Center and at the University of Texas called Pirate Math Equation Quest. So if you're interested in this program more, you can visit our website, which is piratemathequationquest.com, and you can find all of these materials and download them for free and share them with whoever you would like. But what we're going to look at now is just a snippet from a lesson guide on the first day that a teacher or a tutor talks about a word problem type called total with students. And so this is the first time that a teacher is going to say, oh, when we see a word problem, we're going to, what they call, run through it. And then we're going to talk about word problems where we have parts that are put together for a total. Now, this is a lesson guide. We design these so that teachers and tutors read through these, become familiar with the processes, the language, the concepts that are going to be introduced, and then the tutors go and do the teaching in their excellent way. And so there's stuff that you will read in here that you can see, but there's a lot of things that teachers and tutors would do that you can't see, that you can't really write on the page. And I think that's the expertise or the finesse with teaching and tutoring. But let's go ahead and do two things here. First, we want you to identify some of the engagement that is built into this lesson. So with your partner, you're going to say, oh, here's an opportunity for students to have some clear expectations. Here's what they're doing today, and here's why this is important. And then we'd like you to identify, well, what are some of the opportunities that students had to respond? And what are some of the opportunities that students had for practice? And then what do you see are some of the opportunities where students participated in behavior-specific praise or just praise in general? All of those things we're asking you to identify are different ways that the tutor can engage the students with the material. But this is kind of a minimum here. And so then we want you and your partner to brainstorm, what would you say are ways to make this more engaging for students? And this is where that expertise and that finesse with teaching and tutoring comes into play. So we'll do just about maybe 10, 12 minutes for this activity, but we are going to encourage you to stand up and go find the friendliest person in the room, introduce yourself, say hi, and then find a spot to sit around the room and peruse this lesson guide, identify those engagement strategies, and then brainstorm ways that you could make this more engaging. So go find that friendly person, and if you don't have a smile on your face, you might not find a partner. So go ahead and find someone. We, in just 1 minute, are going to continue with our conversations here. So you're welcome to stay and hang out with your new best friend. But if you also want to move back to your cozy spot, you can do that as well.
Grab their folder and they go through the list.
So as you are talking with your group, you probably talked a lot about some of the ways that we could make these things more engaging. And no, do not apologize. And some other things we'd like you to think about related to competence are, well, we are doing all of this teaching, in this example, math, but in many of your examples, they would be with reading. But then we also want to think about that effective feedback. And so in the lesson guide, often you saw like, very good, great, nice. That's fine, right? And every once in a while, that feedback is appropriate. But we also could be more effective with our feedback by telling students what they're doing well. And so here on the left-hand side, you have some examples from both reading and mathematics. But the idea around effective feedback is that we want to be very clear with our feedback, be concise. We're not going to spend a ton of time on this. Feedback should be immediate, and feedback should be linked to what the students are doing. At one of the tables, we were also talking about not just feedback when students are doing things well, but feedback when students have made an error. And one of our questions was, well, what do I have my tutors and teachers say? And so I was sharing that with all of our tutors and teachers that we train in our math intervention programs, if an error has been made, we say, let's look at that again. And so that's kind of like our common. Let's look at that again, and then, all right, let's show this with our manipulatives, or draw this out. And so maybe as some of you are teachers and tutors, or some of you are supporting teachers and tutors, having some common language, like when an error has occurred, we're going to say this, and then you have to figure out how to support the students from that point. Now, we've done all of this explicit instruction, and we've thought about our feedback because we're trying to help students develop competence. But then as we remember that arrow that Phil was showing us from explicit motivation to intrinsic motivation, then another part of this competence is then developing autonomy. And so we want to not always be there intensively teaching and supporting our students, but we have to fade that support so that the reading and the mathematics become more of the ownership of the student that we're working with. And this happens as we say, like, let's start a problem and now you finish the last 3 steps on your own, or let's start a problem and you finish the last 6 steps on your own, or how about you work on a problem and I'll be here to support you if you have questions or you need some support. But we have to put in some intentional releasing of that scaffolding so that students start to develop their own autonomy here. And we want to give students also opportunities to show what they know. And so independent practice, which we saw in a lot of our models of explicit instruction, that's an important thing to think about here. And independent practice can occur outside of the classroom, but effective practice, independent practice, often has to occur inside the classroom. So you're still there for support as necessary. So students can really be showing what they know independently, but you're still there to help out if needed. And then as students work on, they're developing their sense of competence and their autonomy. An important component of this is progress monitoring. Many times we think about progress monitoring from the teacher end of things, but the more that we involve the students and help them see their own progress, the more meaningful this progress monitoring is going to be. And so we have just 2 visuals here to think about. If we're doing some more formal progress monitoring data, we might have graphs where we show students' progress from day to day or week to week, and we can say, hey, look at this growth from one week to the next. We could also do some more informal progress monitoring. On the right is an example from a program where we do flashcards every day with students, and they graph their score from one day to the next. And so you can see there's variability from day to day, but overall there is an upward trend. And we can have students goal set, like, oh, yesterday you answered 13. Do you think you can try to do 13 or more today? And so when we bring in that goal setting and that self-monitoring, that's an effective part of the progress monitoring process. And then the last thing that I'll say here from that arrow where we're moving from extrinsic motivation to intrinsic motivation is that there's a whole thing that can't always be like read about on a page, but it's something that really has to come from teachers and tutors. And that is helping students understand that they have a belonging in their tutoring group or a belonging in their classroom. And so some research here that's really important to reflect upon is that when students are asked about their teacher and if they think that their teacher cares about them, those students will think that they will say that I belong here in this tutoring group or I belong here in this classroom more often than students that don't have that teacher or tutor that's there for them. And a supportive relationship with a teacher is really important for school engagement, and it, as you can see, it counterbalances those feelings of isolation. So as we think a lot about some of the social emotional challenges that students are experiencing and the mental health challenges that students might experience, the teacher or the tutor, so for some of you, that's you, and for many of you, those are the teachers and tutors you support. While you can't, box this up and give it to a teacher or tutor, talking to them about how important they are in terms of that sense of belonging with the students that they're working with, that's a really important part of effective tutoring as well. So as we finish our conversation around explicit instruction, just have a brief debrief with your table about what are some of the ways that you yourself help encourage a sense of belonging with the students that you work with, or what are some of the ways that you, if you support teachers and tutors, can support a sense of belonging with your teachers and tutors. So briefly talk about that, and then we'll get into some motivational supports.
Good on timing? Okay. I heard some great ideas about building rapport with students, identifying their interests, being there consistently for them, showing up and being present and having the same sort of positive attitude every day. Other ideas were to normalize their experience. Maybe they're receiving tutoring because they're struggling, and to say, you know, that everyone has sort of strengths and some weaknesses. When I was in school, you know, this was difficult for me. Another idea was to engage with them outside of the academic time. You know, like maybe they're really good at sports, and to see them on the playground. So so far today we've talked about how to support competence, so to improve their skills. We talked about giving them opportunities for autonomy through gradual release of responsibility. And we just talked about a sense of belonging. And so those are 3 things that you can do to improve motivation, right? So now we're going to talk for the next 20 minutes about some specific supports that you can provide related to motivation and engagement. And so if you were thinking like, you know, about today and what they might be talking about, you might have been thinking, oh, they're going to talk about choice or to develop the relevancy of tasks. And so that's sort of what we're going to talk about now. But I really want to underscore that I think the most important way we can improve engagement and motivation is really by high quality instruction. And so for students that are struggling, the research is really clear, you know, that explicit approaches where you have a clear goal and then you go through a systematic process of teaching and modeling, using think aloud procedures might be helpful, and then guided practice, and then more independent practice where you're removing scaffolds over time is probably the best way to provide instruction to those students that struggle, right? There's some kids in schools that don't need all of that explicit instruction. It's not going to hurt them, but they're just learners, right? Your high-performing kids, they just learn. You give them a book, they naturally to develop a purpose for reading. They read and they monitor their understanding. But for those kids who you give them a book and they start reading and they miss a word and they just keep reading along, you know those kids, right? For those kids, you know, these practices where you're explicitly teaching them to monitor their comprehension as you read. And so you're like, all right, let's wake up. Like, if you don't know a word, you know, let's be alert to that. What should we do? Oh, let's reread. You know, let's try to figure out the unknown word. So again, when you're thinking about engagement motivation, I think the most important thing you can do is high quality instruction. But let's talk a little bit about some ways that within your high quality instructional lessons, you can integrate specific supports to enhance interest and engagement and motivation. And so we're going to try to draw a distinction between motivational supports. Motivational supports are things that you can integrate into your lessons to enhance their situational interest. And so here, we're not getting really below the iceberg. We're not identifying, you know, their thoughts about intelligence. We're not, you know, working on their values. We're not helping to really change the way they think about learning and their motivational profiles. What we're trying to do is increase their interest in the specific activity. And so some examples of that, and we're going to show you lesson materials that we've developed that incorporate establishing relevance, incorporate choice and collaboration. We're also going to show you some interventions that are more involved. And these were interventions that we developed for kids that are really struggling and may have, you know, really a lack of motivation in certain areas. And so we're going to show you how we've developed interventions that do target those underlying beliefs, the values, and the goals that they set for learning. And those are related to growth mindset, self-regulation, and attribution retraining. Now, one thing I want to say about this is we're not working on those things in isolation. We're not working on self-regulation in isolation. It's all embedded within academic tasks. And the reason for that is because kids, struggling students, they don't really transfer very well, right? And so if you want them to improve their self-regulatory behaviors during reading, you need to practice it within reading, right? So if you just work on, like, let's set a goal in life and then let's monitor our progress and then reflect afterwards, they might, you know, do it in some other context, but they may not transfer it. And so we're really focused on academic interventions that incorporate these practices. So let me show you some of the things that we're working on. So in terms of motivational supports, these are the 5 maybe factors that are really frequently talked about on how you can support motivation within your teaching. So I'm going to show you some examples of these. In terms of relevance, so this comes from a cool program. It's called Social Studies Generation. and it was developed by SERP, an organization that worked in partnership with Harvard to develop vocabulary interventions and then also a social studies intervention. And we worked we're currently working on a project in where we've enhanced these lessons further to really meet the needs of English language learners. And so we're providing more opportunities for vocabulary development, more opportunities for oral discourse, more writing supports, all of the things that English language learners may need. And this program, I think, has really an interesting ways to establish relevance. And so it's a world history program, so it's focused on ancient civilizations. And we're working on it in South Texas on the border. Oh. The program is called Social Studies Generation, is the original program. The program we've sort of revised is called World Generation. SERP, yeah, that's the organization. It's run by Suzanne Donovan. I'm really bad with acronyms. I'm bad with a lot of things, but one thing I'm bad at is acronyms, and I think it's Strategic Educational Research Partnership. But if you looked up SERP, you could find the lessons, and I can share the link to our lessons that are freely available. And so one thing is, for English learners, we really thought we need to establish relevance. You know, these kids' lived experience living on the border of Texas and Mexico. You know, many of them, their parents are migrant farm workers. They've had, you know, immigrant experiences. Ancient Egypt is like otherworldly. You know, to me, certainly probably to them, right? And so the way we try to establish relevance is we developed a couple resources. One is this Insta Egypt page. And so it sort of presents like Instagram, which was popular, I think, before TikTok. But it, you know, takes us a while to develop things, so you know we probably need to change it. But we developed this, and it's in the voice of a 6th grade student who's visiting Egypt, and so it's got sort of those colloquialisms, and it talks about, you know, building their knowledge on Insta Egypt. So I can't mimic a 6th grader, but you know, I could show you the website, and you could see that it talks about, you know, the pyramids and the pharaohs and some of the key topics they're going to engage with, and then they watch some videos about ancient Egypt, and then they do a reader's theater. And each of these units are based around a dilemma, and it's sort of a way to sort of motivate their learning for that topic area. And so the ancient Egypt's unit is focused on, were the ancient Egyptian pharaohs wise or wasteful spenders? And so the whole unit is trying to address that question, and it culminates, it starts with like developing their knowledge, and then over time it culminates in a debate and an essay. It's a pretty cool program. And at the first lesson, they do this Insta Egypt activity. They watch a video, so we're building their background knowledge, trying to make it, you know, sort of relevant to them by showing the information through this Instagram-like method. And then they do a reader's theater. And the reader's theater is actually not about ancient Egypt. It's about whether they should build a school pool. And a reader's theater has different parts, like a script. It's a dialogue between 4 6th grade students. They read that. They all, you know, they're in groups of 4, and one person takes on, each person takes on a role, and they read it. And so it gets at the overarching question, which is, were they wise or wasteful spenders, by making it related to a question that's relevant to them, right? Would it be wise or wasteful to build a school pool? So those are some ways that you can sort of help to establish the relevancy. Because, you know, the question about whether wise or wasteful spenders, that's really about like who gets to make choices in our society, right? Which apply to their world as well. So that's around relevance. There was another example there for math where, you know, you can think about how you could develop word problems that might be more relevant to kids if they're all around allowance or school stores, or all sorts of, you know, anything. Whatever they're interested in, you can make a word problem about, right? So for student choice, we also like to provide students choice. Here you can see the choices and the manipulatives they engage with. You could also think about choice in terms of the order of activities. And so, you know, I know we have a lot of tutors over here, and you're doing a lot of early literacy work. And so if you're doing early literacy work, you're probably working on letter-sound correspondences, grapheme, phoneme correspondences, probably working on decoding. You're working on high-frequency words. You may be working on, you should, you know, work on applying those skills to connected text and checking for understanding, right? But it doesn't really matter the order in which you work on these things. I mean, I would probably design a lesson around, moving up from like sound to word to text level, but you don't have to. And so you could provide students the choice, like, which activity do you want to do first? That would be a way to sort of give them some choice, some autonomy in the activities. You could provide a choice in the text that they read. Another way to support engagement is through collaboration. And so we know that students are more engaged when they're doing the work. One thing, I was in a school the other day, and it was in Central Texas, and there was this teacher, and she was a first-year teacher, and she was working so hard. And she was good. Like, she had all the right words, everything was going well, but she was working so hard, and the kids were not working. She was doing all the heavy lifting. And so I was, giving her feedback and telling her, like, you are like going to be a great teacher, but we need, this stuff. The answers to these questions. The kids don't. Like, we need to transfer some responsibility. And so one way to do that is through collaborative learning. And so in a lot of our interventions, both in reading and in math, we're providing students a lot of opportunities, particularly in that guided practice and independent practice phase, as you're sort of moving through that continuum, to opportunities to engage with their peers. So that's another way to enhance engagement. We also think about feedback to support self-efficacy. And so Sarah earlier was talking about providing feedback that's specific, right? And so when students are reading and they provide a main idea, I'll often say something like, you did a great job identifying the main who in this paragraph. This paragraph is mostly about Benjamin Franklin. Great job. You told me that the paragraph was mostly about Benjamin Franklin built the library. Whenever I make up things, they're always like so far from what would be reasonable. But that's what came to mind. So Benjamin Franklin built the library, which was one detail in the paragraph. But I want you to read through this paragraph again and tell me if all the sentences or many of the sentences are about the library, or if many of the sentences are about something, broader or bigger. Please reread, right? So that's specific feedback. I told them what they did right because I want them to hold that in place. I want them to stay with Benjamin Franklin and not move on to something else. But then I'm telling them, some specific constructive feedback about what they need to change. You also can help students to support their self-efficacy, their belief in their ability to do things when you provide feedback. And so you could say something like, last week when I asked you for the main idea, you didn't have the who or what. This time you do. And then as they make progress, like last week you read 25 words per minute. Today, you got 28 words per minute. You're increasing. I bet next week you're going to get to 31. And help them to see the progress. Because, progress is so incremental, in my experience. Especially when you're working on big domains like, reading fluency or reading comprehension. It's hard to see the progress. And so you can provide feedback that really helps them to develop their self-efficacy. The last thing we try to incorporate in our reading interventions and math is to make things game-like. And so in math, here you can see, instead of just giving them a problem, a number of addition and subtraction problems, you're having them roll some dice or work with some dominoes to form the problems and then to solve them, right? So that makes it more of a game. This word list on the right comes from a program called Word Connections, developed primarily by Jess Tost. And in this program, students are working on multi-syllable reading within the program. And so one of the activities is they read a list of multi-syllable words. They've already been taught the affixes. Like you can see some of the common affixes like re, un, dis. And they've been taught how to break up big words to read them, right? And then in this activity, they read it, and then they mark down their time, and then they read it again and see if they can beat the clock. And that's motivating for kids. So that's, those are some supports. And so how does this layer on to what Sarah was talking about? There's this explicit instructional framework that we're suggesting you adopt, particularly for your struggling readers or your struggling students with math difficulties. And so you could start with that framework where you identify a clear objective, you have some modeling, guided practice, and independent practice, right? And maybe at the beginning of that lesson, when you're identifying the objective, you could start to think about how can this be relevant to their lived experience? How could this be relevant and interesting to them? And then as you're working on this through practice opportunities, you can think about how can I incorporate choice? how can I provide opportunities for collaboration, which in one-on-one tutoring may not be possible, but maybe, every day, but maybe at the end of the week, they could work with a partner. You could do some cross-group matching or something. And then think about opportunities to provide feedback to support their self-efficacy. And then the last thing that's listed there is to think about ways to make it game-like. So those are some ways that you can support motivation through some small supports that are embedded within your lessons. Those are shown on the back handout. And so if you're thinking about, are these captured somewhere? There's an explicit instruction sort of template on the left-hand side of the last page in your handouts, and then there's the student supports list on the right side. So the next thing we want to talk briefly about are motivational interventions. And so these are more involved ways to improve their underlying values, beliefs, and ideas about learning, and to really try to get at what is impacting their motivation. And so an example is an intervention that we're developing not far from here in East Lansing and in Austin, Texas. We're working on an intervention that incorporates growth mindset supports within an existing reading intervention. So the existing reading intervention is collaborative strategic reading. It's a reading comprehension intervention that's shown efficacy for students in grades 4 through 8. And then we're embedding within that some teaching about growth mindset. And so instead of reading texts that are sort of, cover a bunch of different topic areas, all of the texts they're reading are about the brain. They're all about neuroscience, and they're learning about growth mindset and how there's evidence that, your brain is malleable and can change, right? And so we do some psychoeducation, which you see on the left side of this slide, and where we teach them about a fixed mindset and a growth mindset and the differences. And then throughout the intervention, there's opportunities for them to reflect and on growth mindset and how it may be occurring with them. And so here's an example. You can see an assessment to support growth mindset. On lesson 11, it looks like, they are going to track how many answers they get correctly. It's in a reading quiz. And then they take the same quiz 3 lessons later on lesson 14, and they're going to mark down how many they get correct. And then afterwards, they're going to reflect on whether their score went up or down, and they're going to think about what this says about growth mindset. Does it show that your ability can change? And if you're thinking about students that are struggling readers in 4th and 5th grade that might have low motivation, they might think, I've struggled in grades K1, 2, and 3. I'm going to continue to struggle. This actually does help them. These students don't really attribute their successes or failure, don't think they can really succeed sometimes. And then if they do succeed, they often think it's for some reason outside of themselves. Like, oh, it was easy, or I guessed, And so we're trying to attribute their successes to something that they did. So these materials are in the sort of development phase. We've developed maybe 25 lessons that are being tested right now. And next year we have to do a larger study with 45 lessons. And so usually we try to share things after we've shown some evidence for them. And so the CSR is available online, and it does have efficacy, and I could point you to that. These growth mindset supports, we don't yet have strong enough evidence to really post them. But you could think about how you could incorporate this within your existing lessons, right? You could think about, when students do well on a test or don't do well, you could help them to reflect. You could teach them about growth and fixed mindset, maybe something you're already doing, but making connections to reading or math. Another way that we've worked on attribution retraining, and this actually happened with that Word Connections program that I shared, that I just mentioned earlier, is we provide some interventions on attribution retraining. So attribution theory is the idea that you want to attribute your successes or failures to controllable factors. That's an adaptive behavior, something that helps us. It's maladaptive to attribute your successes or failures to uncontrollable factors, like I'm not smart, or I am smart. If you don't think that it has something to do with your effort or something you can control, then you're unlikely to be as motivated. And so in our reading interventions, we've developed some training around, okay, when you do well and when you don't do well, what are you attributing that to? You might attribute it to like your strategy use. So if they're working on main idea and they use the strategy like get the gist, and that helps them to identify the who or what, and then the most important idea about the who or what, you know, then if they do well on it, they could attribute it to that, right? In math, if they're using the run strategy, where they, I don't know what the run stands for, read the problem, underline the important information, cross out the non-important information, and then N is to write their number sentence? No. Name the problem. Yeah. Perfect. I was pretty close. I was getting there. Yeah. So that's math. So, you know, if you're going to get them to attribute their successes or failures to using that strategy or to persisting, you know, like maybe they got to the second part and they lost their focus, but then they came back, right? Or if they asked a friend when they forgot the strategy, like I just did. You know, those would be adaptive practices. And so those are ways we've sort of tried to help students to improve their motivation. Another way, and I'll just briefly go over this because I don't want to get between you and lunch, which is about to occur, is we've worked on self-regulation. And so self-regulation is a process for identifying goals or, you know, developing goals, monitoring your progress towards goals, and then reflecting on your progress and using that reflection to inform future goals, right? These self-regulatory behaviors help students to go from becoming really dependent on teachers to do something to becoming more independent. Okay, the food's not quite ready yet, so I'm going to keep going for a couple more minutes. And so if you're thinking about reading, I think these self-regulation practices, they map really well, like that process, on a reading process. And so in reading, I know there's a lot of experienced teachers in the room, you know, often you have a before reading activities. So maybe you build their background knowledge, right? Because when you read a text, there's a lot of information the author assumes the reader knows. Now some students may or may not have that, right? So if you want to make this reading comprehension activity really beneficial to them, it can be helpful to sort of level the playing field and to build their background knowledge. Not to teach too much. I don't know why I got so loud there. I'm passionate about this. Not to teach too much so that they don't have a purpose for reading. We still want students to gain information from text, but to allow them to have the background knowledge so that they can engage with the text. And so that might occur before reading. You might set some goals. And then as you're reading, you don't want kids really focused on their strategies. You really want them focused on the text and applying those strategies. And so that's very similar to monitoring your progress towards a goal. And then after reading, you can, you know, have some self-reflection. And so the way this sort of shows about how we think about this. And so we think, you know, originally students have to learn reading comprehension strategies. And then the next step is they need to learn to apply and self-regulate their own behaviors with these strategies. And then eventually they'll become more independent, right? And so that's what we really focus on, is using these self-regulation supports to help them. And so this is through the Texas Center for Learning Disabilities, a research center that I'm a part of that focuses on reading interventions. You can see this is a student document that we use. It's filled out, so normally the students would fill out the top part and the bottom part. But essentially what you see is that they set reading goals. And so their goal might be, I'm going to monitor my understanding as I read, you know, by writing main ideas or rereading and reflecting when text is difficult. Or another goal they might put down is identify unknown words in text and find their meaning. And so their strategy for that is when they get to a word they don't know, they're going to highlight it and they're going to write a short explanation in the margin, try to find the meaning, right? And so they set out some goals, and then during reading, we don't want them looking at this document, we want them doing those goals, and you can see that they're both behaviorally observable things, like highlighting, writing in the margin, the main ideas. And then after reading, they reflect on their strategy use. At the bottom, you can see they might do that with a peer. And so that helps them to see Did these strategies help them to understand the passage? And what strategies might they want to apply next time? And so this is sort of this self-regulatory process to support reading comprehension. So those are some motivation supports and motivation interventions. And so if you're a tutor, you can be thinking about, how could I incorporate some of this, or if you're a teacher, into your practices? How can I establish relevancy of the task and maintain that relevancy? How can I integrate game-like features? How can I incorporate choice? Are there any questions, comments? Okay. So we're going to break for lunch. After lunch, we're going to do a couple culminating activities. So I don't know if lunch is quite ready, so you might get some water and use the restrooms, and then I think lunch will be ready in just a minute. Thank you all. We'll come back together. You're welcome to eat wherever. We're going to come back together at 12:20. So 30 minutes. And if you don't have to speed eat. Take your time. We're just going to come back and we're going to do some more talking, and so you can continue eating. All right, y'all.
Can you tell I'm a literacy person? So when's
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. That's kind of like a subtle introduction. We're about ready to start with our spotlight. I'm David Brobeck from the University of Cincinnati System Development and Improvement Center. And on behalf of the Dean's Compact and the Ohio Department of Education, really appreciate the fact that you're here. So this is special. Part of what this program is are partnerships of tutoring and partnership between the institutions of higher ed and local districts. And we are very happy to have two of those examples here today. And first, I'd like to introduce Dr. Susanna Hapgood from the University of Toledo, the Rockets. They're not too far. I heard it's about an hour from here. 40. I'm not from Western Ohio, so I'm trying to get my bearings. But anyhow, they're going to share a little bit with what they're doing with their tutoring program, and then we'll follow that up with the second one. So welcome.
All right, great, thank you. I don't know that I need the microphone. Does anybody need me to use the microphone?
They're saying yes.
Okay, I will then. Okay, and then I won't use my teacher voice with the microphone because I would blast you away. So I'm Susanna Hapgood. Nice to be here with all of you. We have various other folks from our projects here today. We have Natasha Allen, who's a wonderful principal at one of the schools that we partner with, the Toledo Public School. We have Dr. Rhonda Aguiton, who's really on the ground every afternoon at another one of the schools in Toledo Public that we work with. And we have a whole table of wonderful graduate students who are part of the Toledo actually has two projects that were funded by ODE. We're very grateful to ODE for funding us both. Quite different models, actually, these two different projects, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. I'm going to talk fast because we have very limited time. We don't. Okay, well, I asked Karen, right? Carrie, sorry, to give me the hook if I talk too long. So both of these projects are working with Toledo Public Schools, particularly identifying, it's a very high needs district overall, but we've also been working with particular schools that are also very high needs within a high needs district. So the University of Toledo really loves the connection we have with Toledo Public Schools. It's a good one. We foster it. We try to continue to work with Toledo Public Schools as much as possible and not be just sort of in and then by. So, so the one project called Mobile Academic Reading Clinic, Jen Reynolds, unfortunately, Dr. Jen Reynolds couldn't be here today. Her daughter got violently ill in the night, and you know how that goes. Lots of laundry today. So. And then we have another project that has two components, a literacy component and a mathematics component. And so you can see the names of those up there. I cannot do justice to Jen's slides about this particular project. So I'll go through them, and then I'll give the graduate students a moment to say if they have some things to add to that. So her model is during school time. So the other project, we're doing after school hours. And in the MARC project, it's all graduate students who have assistantships as part of this grant who are doing the tutoring. So it's quite a different model than ours, where we're using a lot of undergraduates and even community members in one site. So I'm going to hold it over to you if you guys want to talk about anything about what did we learn in just a minute, or what are you learning. I believe it's all one-on-one tutoring during the school day. Third grade students, well below benchmark, you can read all of this. And there's a lot of progress monitoring with DIBELS. I cannot speak to this. I apologize. But sound patterns, intervention with the third graders, upward trend, right? That's what I'll say, which is great. Some ups and downs here, but again, you know, overall, an upward trend. This is reality. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. and a lot of effort. Some issues that they've been facing with the project: finding space in the schools, scheduling, because it's during the school day, don't want to interrupt core instruction unduly, right? Those kinds of things. Some behavioral issues, you know, it's intensive work. We all know when you're feeling, like today's topic, motivation, when you don't feel confident about what you're doing, it's hard to stay motivated and focused. So I believe you've been having some issues with that. But there's going to be summer school and much more going on. Okay, so let me ask the graduate students, and I'll bring the mic over if you want to add anything about your experiences so far. Great.
Could I use the slides too?
Sure, please.
Hi, everybody. My name's Josh Russo. I'm a tutor with Toledo, along with the rest of my cohort here. I have not seen this slide at all, so I'm just going to go based off of what I know based on our own experience. The staff, we're the tutors. The graduate students were the tutors who are actually on the ground working with our third grade students. We have a coordinator that is with us. They help us, and then they help make sure that the fidelity is there, and they're making sure that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. And then our director, Dr. Reynolds. So we do work with the third grade students, the tier 3 and tier 2 kids. We have 4 days a week where we do 30 to 45 minutes with them. And this is with the phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency. We use what is called sound partners. That's the intervention we use. And then we progress monitor with dibbles once a week. That's what you see here. So just to give a brief explanation, the green line is what their goal is. So that is with the benchmarking that we do, and then the progress monitoring is the dibbles, which is the orange. And you can see here where their goal is compared to where their progress has been. Through our MARC clinic, the reading intervention, you can see that a lot of them are starting to get better. This one having ups and downs, and that could be, attributed to all of these barriers that we've been facing. In the facilities in our school particularly, we have a hard time not avoiding their main core classes, but finding places for us to pull our students. We don't have like designated rooms or anything like that. So we're always going to be pulling our students from classes and finding anywhere we can throughout the school to tutor them, which is makes it very complicated. It's complicated for us. It's hard for the teachers. It's hard for the students because they're not comfortable with the environment they're in, and their performance doesn't always reflect as good as it should be or could be. And then we're always going through scheduling conflicts with them too, because with their school they have tons of different programs they're doing and things like that. And then in the future, we're going to hopefully do summer school so that we can prevent them from declining even further.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Okay. So the other two things that are going on, we have the mascot of the school where we do this project is an owl. So we've called it Fly. Fostering youth literacy, working with third grade through sixth grade. Here's a quote from one of the tutors. The importance of becoming resilient. There's a lot of attention that we've needed to pay on social emotional aspects of the project. So we started last summer. That was challenging to get going, given the timeline of when the grant was awarded and so forth. I'm really kind of amazed that we even did it, but we did. But we've had more and more students through that time. Well, right now we're pretty consistent, around 12 or 13 who come, on average 70% of the time, which is pretty good, 4 days a week. So that's kind of our daily schedule. We have time built in at the beginning, at the end, for some ongoing training. And then particularly important, I think, is that debriefing time at the end of a session where the tutors talk about what was going on, what they noticed. They have time to write some reflections on a sheet so that if it's a different tutor working with that child the next day, that there's some information about, what did we do yesterday, what's coming up, that kind of thing. So I have a lot of pictures. Probably this looks kind of familiar for everybody in the room, these kinds of situations. Wonderful kids who begin to come and talk about wanting to come. I remember one child, I overheard him say, "I need to be here." Really identified that for himself. This little girl here in the yellow shirt has shown incredible, talking about intrinsic motivation. I would say there's been a sea change in her in terms of now coming, wanting to work, beginning to feel that self-efficacy about what she's doing, and recognizing that it's helping her. So it's good stuff. And of course, they love the snacks. Snacks are really important.
And they have a strategy as to how to get the best snacks from the basket. Name brand is the secret. Letting you know.
Wonderful tutors. We have not only education majors, but some that are pre-med, French major, psychology major, lots of different people. In the fall, we'll be expanding to another site that will be on campus so that we can hire international students who are not allowed to be able to be off campus. I'm really excited about that because we've had a lot of interest from international students to become tutors, and I think they'll be fantastic. In fact, I just had a woman from Ghana email me about possibilities. So, cool. So, you get the idea. Good stuff. I'll let you. So the other site is more about mathematics, and it's at bilingual school, and Natasha is the principal of this particular school. Wonderful, wonderful place. Again, I have lots of pictures here I think they speak better than I can in many ways to see what's going on. This particular program is integrating arts with mathematics. And because it's a Spanish-English bilingual school, there's a lot of attention to the cultural, the artistic aspects of Spanish-speaking areas of the world and the cultural aspects of that, and how we can incorporate understanding, math in our everyday world and in our particular cultures as well. And I'm almost done, don't worry, Gary. So you can see the numbers there. They have a lot more students, a lot more small group. And in this particular site, time is divided between an ongoing existing tutoring project called Tutor Smart that's in the Toledo district. And so kids spend half of their time with the Tutor Smart program, which is using MobiMax on a computer. But the other half of their time is with the University of Toledo tutors, very hands-on, no computers in sight. Things like the equal sign balance beam that I had over here before, if anybody saw that on the table, that sort of thing. So this is their daily schedule, art in everyday life. In the summer, they've been bringing in some community members. So for example, there's a local bakery that the owner of the local bakery came in and talked about, the math involved in cooking in a bakery, and so that was fantastic for the kids to have that experience with the local community. So some of the art integration materials. There's been a lot of attention on number sense, developing number sense with the children. This is a K-6 group of kids, but all of them were using their fingers for calculating, even the sixth graders. And so our math person, Dr. Bill Weber, has just created all kinds of different experiences for them to increase their number sense. The equal signs. work, Sarah. All that stuff. All right. There's a newsletter. They're really ambitious. They do a newsletter for the whole school about what's going on in the tutoring project. We haven't managed that at the Fly site, but it's really lovely, and it's in both Spanish and English.
Everything has to be
In Spanish and English. So lots of challenges. I think we all know a lot of these things. Finding tutors, hiring tutors, the bureaucracy of the universities for hiring people. Whew, that was a big one in the summer and in the fall. It's getting a little smoother now. Recruiting the students, because we're an after-school project. You know, parents need to make a commitment here to come and get their kids, and we need to have them sign off that that's going to happen. So although we may have the need for many more students, we reach out to the need, we get the students whose parents return the forms, and then we get the students who really come. So that's a challenge. And if you need to contact us, here's some information. I hope I didn't go too long. And let me see how I can escape. If I do that, will it just go away? Maybe. Great. So that's our project.
Wonderful. Thank you. That was so exciting for me to hear a perspective from a different school and a different community and model, and that was fascinating, actually. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. So at University of Findlay, our partner school is the Findlay City School District, and we have several of our wonderful representatives here, teachers and administration. And we are tutoring 3rd grade through 10th grade at this time, hoping to expand to kindergarten through 2nd grade for next year. But in the spirit of math and literacy, I thought I would break up my kind of report into numbers and words. Does that work for everybody? Okay, so some numbers for you. We have 50 tutors currently, and 50% of our tutors are education pre-service teachers, and 50% are not. They have our other majors. Primarily, the non-education majors are tutoring our math program, and they are gifted in math, and we've been kind of working with them on their pedagogical skills and training in that way, and they've been wonderful. So that was neat. We have, this time we have 5 schools that are cooperating with us, and they are the 3rd through 5th grade schools in Findlay City, one of the middle schools, and the high school. We have 20 participating teachers in the district, and we have 163 students who are receiving tutoring. And I'll tell you about our model, and so you can see why that is different and how that is different. And also, according to my wonderful data collection system, we've had 2,492 sessions altogether since we started in October. Yeah. That's been great. And just a couple more numbers for you. According to the mid-year STAR data for one of our schools, we saw a 76% increase in those students' reading scores. And we saw 76% of the students in the tutoring program increased their reading score, and 78% of the students who were getting tutoring for math increased their math scores on the STAR data. So I'm looking forward to the end of year numbers to see how that trend goes. I know it's going up. And then my final number that I wanted to share is 1. So we all had one goal in mind. It didn't matter if it was the 20 teachers or the 50 tutors or all the hours. The main goal was the same, which was to help these students who, of no fault of their own, have fallen behind in math and reading. So now I'm going to share with you some of my words.
the end of the math presentation. Okay. So some words that just come to my mind, and I'm really a qualitative person, so that little session I did right there was, and not my favorite. Okay, so connections. Connections is a word that keeps rising to the top for me. Connections. Now, personally, I have made a lot of connections, and I'm thankful for that. We did also interview international students at the start of this process. Many wonderful potential tutors came to us in the international student population, and also due to whatever, they were not allowed to be tutors, and that really that kind of put us on a low at the beginning, because we were so excited to bring not only math and literacy to the schools, but to bring the world to our students of Findlay. What a wonderful opportunity. Sadly, that didn't happen, but I like your idea of, I hear you. Okay, but I did make wonderful connections with international students such as Dewan back there, who I still keep in touch with, and we met through that process. So I've been blessed by that. But also, like I said, 50% of our students are not studying to be educators, right? That doesn't mean that they won't change their mind after they've been working with the students, right? So we are making connections in that way. We don't know that those accountants won't get out there and say, wow, I wish I was back with students, and hey, come to our post-bac program. So the other connections are the tutors and the teachers. I can't tell you the tutors, I really connect with the tutors, and they love their teachers that they're working with. The teachers have been so welcoming, so kind, so affirming to our students who are going out and tutoring, that it has made a big difference to them. They feel like they are making a difference. And just to really quickly interject, our model is our tutors are going out during the school day. We worked with the teachers to come up with good times during their school day when they could take a break, when the students could, maybe go out, maybe it's after instruction and it's a work time or whatever works for them. And so then our tutors come in during that time, and just like, old school, sending them out in the hallway, and they work with them for a prescribed amount of time. And then, of course, our tutors, which we have several of our tutors over here, their experience working with the students has been so meaningful for them and for the students. And I know this because they've been sharing with me letters that the students have written to them. These wonderful artifacts that it's making a difference in their lives. In the broader sense of just another, besides their teacher and their other school staff, but another individual adult who is consistent and dependable in their lives. So I think that's it for me. I love that. So one of the, two more things that I wanted to talk about was when we were down, and getting discouraged with things if things weren't going our way, usually with logistics or bureaucracy. We and Meenal Bista, who's been sitting out at the she's right there. She is. Everybody give a hand to Meenal, because she's our wonderful graduate assistant. And one thing is, we have been trying to be buoyant and just noticing when things are pulling us up. Okay, what's the good, right? What's been good? Let's talk about that. So she and I meet weekly and discuss those kinds of things. And we did a plus delta to kind of get ourselves turned around when we're seeing things that aren't going our way and readjust. So being flexible. And finally, the last word that I want to share that I try to tell our tutors is historical. This is such a really amazing program in the big picture of things. So we have never before have we shut down schools before. And never before have we seen this test data go down. And what are we going to do? But now we've come up with a plan. And I love to tell my tutors, you are changing you are changing history. You are making those students who weren't meeting the mark, you're helping them, rising them up to make that mark. And so when we see this test data up at the end of these 2 years and beyond, they can feel like they had a part in that. And I think that's pretty special. And all of us in here, you know, you tell somebody 30 years down the road, oh, wow, I was a part of that when the students were, you know, lagging and we got them back up where they needed to be. So kudos to everybody in here. And that's the end of the math and reading portion from University of Findlay. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Please welcome back Phil, Kate, and Sarah Powell.
It was so exciting to hear about those projects. We've had a chance to learn about some of the tutoring projects across the state in our visits to the different universities. And a couple things really stood out to me about those projects. One was in the first project we learned about, Sound Partners is an efficacious reading program. So you're starting from an efficacious place, you know, with your instruction, and then you're using Dibbles, a validated tool to measure progress, and you were graphing that. So that was, you know, really positive. I enjoyed learning about art and math and the integration and the connections to the community. And then the numbers, I mean, really stood out about those projects. I think those are worth spotlighting, the work that you're doing. So thanks for sharing. We are going to move on to the culminating activity, and we have, because our audience is diverse, we've tried to set up 2 activities. And so the first activity I'm going to describe, and then I'm going to describe the second activity, and then I'm going to try to organize us within the room so that the 2 factions of people are working on the activities. So if you open up your handouts, if you look at the culminating activity, it's towards the end of the packet. I might pull one out so I can help you find the right page. So if you open up the one that's the packet, it's the second to last handout. It says Action Forum, Engaging and Motivating Students. That's the first page. And then if you turn to page 12 in that packet, there's a culminating activity for pre-service teachers and tutors. And so that would refer to our ed psych folks over here and some of our pre-service folks over here. This is the activity that y'all will work on. And so there's 2 steps to this process. We're going to ask you to work with a partner and identify a problem or task you would like to teach. So an example could be multi-step word problems, or a problem could be teaching multi-syllable word reading, or a problem you could work on is anything in reading and math, you know? It could be social studies. Once you do that, you're first going to identify your problem, you're going to write that down, then you're going to write a step-by-step explanation. So you think about that explicit instructional process. You can look at the last page in this handout, which on page 15 talks about effective instruction. You have a lesson opening, maybe a body. So you can think about what steps would you use to teach that problem. That's step 1. Once you've completed step 1, you'll turn to the next page, and we're going to ask you to think about what we've talked about today related to engagement and motivation, and what are some ways you could make this lesson more engaging. How could you incorporate choice? How could you incorporate relevancy? How could you support the task relevancy? How could you make it game-like, right? So that's the idea for this activity. It's to help people that are still gaining their expertise around instruction to integrate some of the practices within a lesson. Thumbs up if you're with me, the pre-service teachers. Do you have any questions? Okay, well, I'll come around and check and see if I can help. So that's going to be one activity, and that's for our pre-service folks. For our university partners, anyone else who's not pre-service, we're going to consider university partners. And we're going to ask that we take some time to have a discussion about the strengths and challenges. There's been some really recurrent themes in our visits, and they were really captured in that PowerPoint. One of the challenges around identifying tutors How can we hire high quality tutors? You know, we have limitations around international students. We have limitations on like cars. Maybe the schools that want to work with us are far away. That's the word. Yeah. And so you could talk about challenges, and then we're going to think about what are some of the successes that we had this year, and what do you want to change for next year? And the last question we're going to ask is, what is one thing the university partners are going to think about related to engagement or motivation that we talked about today that they're going to incorporate in their project next year? Okay, so we've described the two tasks, one for pre-service, one for everyone else. University partners is what we're calling it. And so we're going to ask the pre-service teachers to come to the back 3 tables, and you're going to work in partners. We are, yeah, that's the main thing. You're going to work in partners. You have the directions that are on that handout, and we're going to ask that you all work in these back 3 tables. For the university partners, we think this conversation will be richer if you work with people that are not at your site, right? So we know Rhonda and Susan are working closely together. We want them to interact with people that are maybe at Ohio Wesleyan or another site, right? And so we're going to ask that you all come to these 4 tables, but that you fan out. So Rhonda might go over here, Suzanne's going to go over here, and we're going to intermingle. And so we'll have groups of about 4 people at these tables. Okay? This is going to be about 25 minutes, this activity. Sarah, do you have anything you want to add? Okay. All right, we'll get started.
right, my friends. So we are going to transition to our last activity for the day. So most of you are probably going to want to go back to your seat. And when you go back to your seat, you're going to realize that many of your tables have now been designated as a cafe space. So I would ask that at your table, if you see a big piece of chart paper on your table, maybe put your materials to the side or push them to the middle of your table, because some other friends are going to come and join your workspace in just a minute. So let's just take about 60 seconds to get ourselves organized as we move into our World Cafe. Now, in your packet for today, you have that agenda. And on the back of the agenda are some set of questions for the World Cafe. You don't need to, but you may want to carry these with you as you go do this World Cafe activity. And I'll go ahead and get us into our positions. So right now at 8 tables in this room, there is chart paper. And so what I would like you to do is to find a table that has some chart paper, and a group of 3 or 4 should start at that table. All right. So if there's more than 4 of you, you are going to have to move to another table. So I see some chart paper here in the middle that doesn't have anybody with us. In the back, over there, way on the side, we need a group of 3 or 4 over there. So go ahead and get into your group of 3 or 4. We've got a group way over there at the end, a table over here. We've got a table here. We're getting organized. Can I take 2 of you and have you go to that table over there, and then keep 2 of you there? You can start there. All right. Okay, I think we are spread out. All right, here's what's going to happen. At your group of 2, 3, or 4 right now, one of you has to self-select as a host. And the host has 3 things. They're going to kind of lead the cafe. They are going to help take notes. And at the end, they are going to do a quick debrief for the entire group. So you might be like, oh, Sarah, I do not want to be the host. But also, the host is the person that gets to stay at this table the entire time, and everybody else is going to have to move. So if you're like, I don't want to move, self-select as the host. All right, does everyone have a host? All right. I think it's okay, yeah. Oh, we got one there too. Yeah. Maybe ask 2 of those people to come over here. All right, so here's how the World Cafe works. All of you are starting here at a cafe. There are 4 cafes in this room, but they are duplicated. So there are 2 cafes about effective teaching, 2 about strategies and materials, 2 about database decision making, and 2 about collaboration. So you are going to start at this cafe with your, we'll just call them dining mates for right now. And you are going to do the prompt that's at your table. So you can review the prompt, there are some questions, take notes on that chart paper, but you and that group are going to talk for 15 minutes about this topic. All right, so you got a lot of time. After 15 minutes, you're going to hear my timer beep, and the host is going to stay in the cafe. Remember I said the host gets kind of like, ooh, I get to stay here today. Everybody else has to move. And then you will go to a cafe that you have not been to by content, all right? So if you are right now at Effective Teaching, you might move to a collaboration cafe. And then the host will welcome you to the cafe. They will do a 1-minute debrief of what happened in the previous group's cafe, and then you will add to that conversation. So by the time you visit all 4 cafes, we're going to have some really rich information about effective teaching, strategies and materials, database decision making, and collaboration. All right, any questions about this? All right, well, enjoy your time at this 15-minute cafe, and I will tell you when it's time to switch. You have just about 1 minute to wrap up your conversations at this cafe. I know you like this one, but I am going to make you move. So.
I finished.
All right, so this brings us to the end of this cafe. So the host is going to stay put. And if you are just a diner at this cafe, you are going to move to another cafe that you have not visited content-wise, all right? So do not go to another effective teaching cafe. But we will ask you to disperse. So please do not walk hand in hand with all the diners at your cafe. All of you should try to go to a new cafe. So go find your new cafe, and then I'll give you a brief direction to get started.
What was this number here?
This is effective tutoring. Okay. All right, so hosts, you are going to do a 1-minute catch up. So you say, oh, last time we talked about this, this, and this, 1 minute, all right? And then the cafe here will have just about 12 minutes to add to the conversation. So this gives you an opportunity to dig just a little bit deeper than the first cafe. Go ahead and get started. That brings us to the end of this cafe. Hosts, you are going to stay put, and your diners are now going to go to a cafe they haven't been to before. And when you get there, the host will do a 1-minute debrief, and then you are going to add to that conversation. So go ahead and find a table you haven't been to before. All right, the cafes are getting a little quicker today. So it is going to be our last rotation. And so if you now have to seek out the group where you have not been before. Host stays put. And then once you get there, the host will do a 1-minute debrief, and then you will have a few minutes to add to that conversation. So go ahead and find your last cafe. That was our last cafe. Okay, so if you want to return to your original spot, go back to your materials. So what we're going to now ask is our hosts. We know their hosts didn't really know what they were signing up for when they volunteered with us today, but our hosts are going to come up and do a 1-minute debrief of what they thought were maybe, we'll say, the 3 to 5 most important takeaways from their conversation. So you're not reading everything on your chart paper, but you are coming up and saying, when we were talking in our group, these were like the 3 things that were the most interesting or seemed the most important. So I'm going to ask the 2 hosts for effective teaching to bring their papers up here to the front, and you get Phil and I to be easels. And we'll have this host over here first. Krista, you were a host? All right. Krista will go first for 1 minute, and then this group will add to that conversation. But let's go ahead and give Krista the floor.
Okay, so the first question was, what do effective, explicit, I'm not going to remember the questions. I should have brought that with me. What do those words mean to you in that first prompt? And there was the scaffolding of support, the I do, we do, you do model, systematically moving forward, building one skill after the next. There are practice opportunities to allow the 2Ds to fail, allowing mistakes, and providing the correct prompts. The power of the words, let's try again, instead of giving the answers, provide appropriate pauses and prompts. I'll move on to the next one, which is the barriers, which I'm going to say time really loud in capitals. Time, which is also flexible scheduling, space, transportation. It's time to model the best practices, access to trainings for non-education majors, the fidelity of tutors, the ability of the faculty to have trust with those tutors to make sure that they're doing the right thing, time to build relationships between the tutor and the 2Ds, the data, new data requests and changing expectations, ability to pay the competitive rates for tutors, and then how the last one being how are they addressing some of these barriers. There was that newsletter, a standard form for quarterly monitoring, paying the tutors for the training, reallocating funds in the budget for transportation, periodic meetings. There's a lot about communication that was a barrier, so the periodic meetings with teachers, a tutor log that's in a Google Doc, so all the tutors had access to, being flexible to switch students to best pair them with the correct 2D, and having a teacher liaison reflecting with the tutors after their experience so that they're also getting good feedback. I might have missed something.
And we have another group number 1 here. So we'll see what you can add to this conversation about effective tutoring.
Sure. You don't have to do it exhaustive. You could just think about what things were most important to me, add to what was already described.
So we had ours broken down into 3 different parts here. What is effective tutoring? What are the barriers to implementing effective tutoring in schools? And how have you sought to overcome these barriers? To the few of you who I spoke to, I'm going to explain the same thing. We basically had everybody come around and put what they thought for each of these questions in each of the sections. I want to point out this first one here, using data and evidence-based interventions. We have that here on the center of this line for 2 reasons, for one reason, because it falls into both of these categories. It is effective means of tutoring, and it can also be a barrier. So it is an effective means of tutoring because it shows that when you're implementing an intervention, that it'll yield promising results from the intervention that you're using if it's evidence-based. And this can also be a barrier because if a teacher, for example, not just call it teachers, but if a teacher is using an intervention that is not evidence-based, then it doesn't hold fidelity. So if a teacher is implementing an evidence-based or a non-evidence-based intervention, it has a low fidelity, which is also another barrier for effective tutoring. But you can have a checklist for the fidelity, and you can monitor whether or not the fidelity is high or low, and you can track that in order to ensure that the tutoring remains effective. And that what fidelity or tracking fidelity is basically just having somebody ensure that the person who is implementing the intervention is doing it properly and correctly so that you can yield the same promising results from the intervention. Yeah. And that was our cafe.
Awesome.
Thanks, Joshua. So number 2 was on strategies and materials. We have 2 hosts. If you guys want to come up at the same time, that would be great. So we've got host number 1 and host number 2. You get Phil and I to be your easels here today, so we'll do a very good job. And Maya, you want to take 1 minute and give us kind of like your main takeaways here?
Okay, so obviously we had strategies and materials. So one of the things that we talked about first was Bridges, which is a math program that our tutors go to at the University of Findlay when they go to Findlay City Schools. It's a program that they use. And we also had a person from Ohio Wesleyan come and talk to us about News Ella, which is a reading program that her department has. And it's nice because it can be adjusted due to grade level. And it also helps on focusing students on being successful because not every student has to have the same grade level or Lexile level that the other student beside them has. Some other materials that we used are the materials that the grade level teachers that tutors go to, that they offer to them. So it's very teacher driven. Some manipulatives that we had were whiteboards, letter tiles, crafts, and we also talked about how they get the materials from Teachers Pay Teachers, but we talked about how it's nice if the teacher created materials, like if they have kids per grade level, because we talked about how there are a lot of like handmade materials that we can use that not everybody has because we just make them. So we were kind of discussing like different ways that we could implement that farther and not just like in our own hometown. So we were talking about developing a warehouse of ideas across all tutoring partners and how it can be free because even though Teachers Pay Teachers is inexpensive, it's not free. So we were talking about just a way that we can make that more accessible to teachers because a lot of times we do have to use our own budget if we cannot get grants to get these materials. And then we were also talking about positive reinforcements such as sticker charts. And we also have to pay attention to the selection of materials that we have and make sure that it has a connection and alignment with what the general education teachers are doing as well.
Oops, sorry. I'm trying to think of different things. So I think the biggest thing we noticed was the difference between what types of tutoring programs there were. So those that were based in schools versus I think in my group, ours is the only one that's like on campus. So the students come to us. So it kind of depended what materials, some groups said it depended what materials were in the schools that they went to. And then some, which makes a lot of sense, like they were saying that, you know, when they get in the classroom, the teacher has a folder ready for them to go and they have all the materials ready. And that really helps for those if you don't have just education candidates in it. And then like our program's a little different because our tutors, we designed a lesson plan with the specifics like phonics, phonemic awareness, and they have to align and design their own lessons. So all Monday is spent planning for the week and getting feedback from our coordinators who are 2 alumni that we hired. And then we observe them once a week to give them feedback on their lesson plan and things they could adjust. So really different approaches, which I thought was really interesting because we're all impacting students no matter what approach we're using. But everyone kind of said no matter what, whether you have those predetermined materials or the materials developed by students, you have to be creative on how you use them with the students, the K5, or not K5, K-12.
Awesome. Good. Very good.
All right, Susanna, you are number 3, and there was only one number 3, so there's only one Susanna. All right, well, there's a lot on here, Susanna. We do want to leave today, so, oh, the highlight reel. All right, well, now you have the microphone for the highlight reel.
Okay, the highlight reel is This was about data-based decision-making, and I'd say one of the highlights was what came out of the multiple cafe sessions were the levels of data that are involved in these programs. So there's the bigger programmatic types of data that are long-term, short-term, and then there are the data that are in the moment. And that was a very kind of fun and interesting discussion that, in the moment as tutors are making decisions upon what types of data are they making those decisions? Is it the number of times the child is looking at the clock? Is it their posture? Is it some other factor? And that those are data also that are important to consider in terms of data-based decision making. So there are more formal assessments and there are more informal embedded assessments. So I think often we think more in terms of those big programmatic data when we talk about data-based decision making, but those very more minute moment-to-moment decisions are really critical as well. Another interesting discussion was about the idea of environmental data. Thank you, David, for bringing that up. And some examples of that were that one program discovered that Mondays are just really tough. So that impacted the types of activities being chosen for Mondays. Another group found that their progress monitoring on Fridays was squirrely. Like they didn't feel that the data that they were collecting on Fridays was really representative of what the students were truly capable of doing. So they changed the day of the week for doing the progress monitoring, in this case with Dibbles. The other kind of interesting point, and I think this is my last one. No, there's one more after that, sorry. Are limitations of data, right? And limitations at all those different levels. Are the data really representative, reflecting what students know? One size doesn't always fit all. A child might just abhor a particular kind of assessment. Well, you're not going to get very valid information in that context, right? So you have to contextualize and really think about what the data are. The fidelity of implementation of both the interventions and of the data collection methods as well. So that's multi-level too. This I thought was very interesting, especially with our school psych folks. Such a good discussion about their awareness now of how to appreciate what teachers are being asked to do in terms of interventions, and that using data could impact how a team approach in a building could be modified, so that the school psychs are more actively involved, and that it could impact staffing at a school if we use more data to inform those kinds of decisions. That's it.
All right, collaboration. Last but certainly not least, we have two collaboration friends. Let's see who gets up here first. Oh, it's going to be you. Okay, I'll hold it up and you get to debrief.
All right, so we basically talked about how K-12 schools and universities can be effective collaborators. The first thing we talked about was pre and post assessments, not necessarily with the students, but with the teachers. Who are the students we're going to be working with? What are their strengths? What do they need additional support on? And what are the goals that the teacher wants us to work on with them? And then post assessments, did we meet those goals? If not, how can we improve that going forward? Different tools. We talked about how we don't want this to be like a punishment for students, but for them to be actively engaged and interested in the tutoring. We talked about manipulatives, hands-on materials, technology. We don't want them just working on pencil and paper the whole time. Yes, that's important, but we want them to be hands-on and interested in what they're learning. We have a lot of great resources here at Findlay, but not everyone has those same opportunities, so we're hoping more K-12 schools and universities can have better manipulative resources for their students to use. Introductory meetings between the teacher and the tutor is super important before just jumping right in with tutoring. We find that building that rapport with the teacher and the tutor is essential for effective tutoring to happen. So instead of just jumping in, go meet the teacher, meet the tutor, make sure you guys are on the same page of what your goals are and what the objectives are. And then the last thing is making sure students are comfortable and making sure this doesn't seem like a punishment for them. So I know oftentimes we were talking, elementary tutors just kind of get like pushed out into the hallway because there's nowhere else to put us. But making sure the kids are interested, actively engaged, and are having a good time with what they're learning. Those are all super important points for the groups that we talked with.
Thank you. All right, I'll just kind of give the highlight reel for ours here. So again, collaboration, looking at the district level, the school administrator level, the teacher level, and then we also added the tutor to tutor level as well. So at the district level, the big thing that kind of resonated in all the groups that kind of moved around, people love the idea of promoting the partnership and the opportunity to work with the tutors. We talked about, at least where I'm at, I don't think a lot of the teachers realize all the benefits of the program. So I'm excited to see next year how many people are going to be interested in jumping on board and being more willing to have tutors come into their classroom. So really trying to promote that and share that with other teachers. At the school and building level, the big thing there, people really wanted clear expectations, and I heard that from a lot of the people that were tutors. They wanted to know what we wanted from them and how they can help us, which I thought was really awesome. Teacher level, finding that planning time to kind of collaborate with the tutors and have, even if it's a 5-10 minute conversation, maybe once a week, just touching base with them. Again, talking about maybe those expectations or our goals for students, whether or not they're meeting their goals. And then we also added tutor to tutor on there. A couple of the tutors, I think from Toledo, were sharing that they found it helpful just for them to chat between each other and kind of share things that are working well for them, or if they tutor the same students, kind of looking at the differences and similarities and getting ideas from each other as well. So, yeah.
See if Sarah wants to say anything. All right. Thank you so much for being super active participants in that World Cafe. And thank you for being just amazing conversationalists and sharers all day today. I know that I've learned a lot, and I hope that you all have learned a lot. And probably some of you have a lot of things to take back to your team or to take back to your tutors, or, to reflect upon yourself, so that we can all just make our best effort for really improving the reading and the mathematics of so many students here in Ohio. So I'm going to turn it over to Phil, we're almost finished. He's going to help us close this out.
Thank you all for being here today. We are, supporting the professional learning efforts of this project, and we're eager to help the Institutes of Higher Education. And so you're encouraged to email us, Sarah or I directly, if there's ways that we could help you related to reading or math or engagement or motivation. I think we come from a state, Texas, where there are adopting policies at the state level around the science of reading, like states across the country. However, we are not in a state where the state is really helping us to improve instruction around reading. And so this project, I think, is really unique. And I think it's unique because it engages the state with institutes of higher education, pre-service teachers, and districts. Like, everyone that's sort of involved in education in the state are involved in this high-dosage tutoring project. And that's really unique. And I think in Texas we have clear gaps between higher education institutes and districts. Our pre-service teachers are maybe not as prepared to be in schools as they could be. And so this project, I think, is providing unique opportunities for collaboration. And I just want to point out, being from a different state, how unique this is, and applaud you guys for the advantage you're taking of this great opportunity. So thank you to Mary Heather. I almost mixed it up, but I'm going to get it. Mary Heather and Julie for hosting us today. I'm going to pass it off to Sarah, and then I think Julie's going to close it out.
All right, I just want to say a couple of words of thanks again to our hosts at the University of Findlay, our team with the University of Cincinnati, who have really helped us organize and plan these sessions for our students and our tutors and ourselves, and to Sarah and Phil in the Meadows Center for all of your work. I think we've got tremendous opportunities to learn and grow. I actually had to step out because I had a call for a panel that I'm serving on talking about our tutoring programs in Ohio, in DC tomorrow and Thursday. And so we are very excited to tout this work statewide. We're very proud of the work that's happening and continually looking to improve and grow and expand our program. So I just want to again thank you all for your work on this project. It is meaningful, and we're excited to see where we go next and how we can continue supporting students. So thank you for being here today. If you have any questions about tutoring initiatives in Ohio or how you can offer tutoring in your districts or schools, or if you're a tutor who wants to tutor more, there are certainly opportunities across the state to do so. So please connect with us, and we'd be happy to help support in any way we can. So I will hand this off to Julie for closing remarks. I do see David carrying some backpacks. Am I spoiling your backpacks for our grant partners, which have some great resources in them for your tutors or for your district partners. So please take advantage of those.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there are backpacks back here for higher ed institutions, so pick those up before you leave. And then also for participants today, we have certificates that are in alphabetical order out in the hallway for you to pick up for your contact hours. But I did want to just give a big thank you to our school partners, our K-12 partners, the higher ed institutions that are here. I also want to point out we've had a lot of representation from ODE, and if you didn't get an opportunity, Krista Maxon from ODHE has been here all day today. We appreciate your collaboration and participation and support because we couldn't do this without your support. And I want to thank Dr. Mary Heather Munger. Without her, this day would not have happened. There was a lot of behind the scenes, so thank you, Dr. Munger. And we look forward to working with you in the future. If there's anything we can do here at the University of Findlay to help you, please let us know, and have a great day.